'Tis possible the ancient knowledge preserved within our archives may hide a clue to our enemy's methods. But given Sharlayan's established policy of non-intervention, our former colleagues are not like to aid us in its discovery.
Oh, I well remember what they're like. The Forum's barefaced refusal to assist you in the days prior to the calamity must rank as Sharlayan's most shameful act since the Exodus. But were the final days to be reenacted, it would spell doom for us all. Surely even they cannot turn a blind eye to that. I trust we are all of the same mind on this matter. Urgent as it seemed, I took the liberty of petitioning the Alliance for leave to act as Eorzea's emissary, and have since received their blessing.
I presume your role as a student of Baldessian will carry some weight with the Forum?
One can but hope. If truth be told, our organization has been a shadow of its former self ever since the disappearance of the Isle of Val. But the name does still retain some degree of prestige. I only pray it will be enough. If there are no objections, I shall depart for Sharlayan at once. But before I do, I should also mention the other matter to which I would devote some time during my stay. After hearing what transpired in the first, I began to question the true nature of Hydaelyn's blessing. A topic I have discussed at some length with Y'shtola.
We were wondering, when was the last time Hydaelyn spoke to you directly? When Elidibus sought to make warriors of light. That was the voice which calls constantly to all who might hear it. I spoke of direct communication, when Hydaelyn communed solely with you. A far rarer occurrence.
History shows us that Hydaelyn is able to awaken the echo in her chosen, convey her will directly, and grant the blessing of light. To our knowledge, however, she has not sought to intervene in man's affairs for some considerable time.
Might not the explanation for that lie with her choice of champion? Mayhap she is content to trust in his judgment.
Mayhap she is. But following my initial discussion with Kryl, I made inquiries of my own. And as far as I am able to tell, Hydaelyn has not made her will known to anyone.
During my time in the First, the Oracle of Light spoke to me through Rean. But that was not the will of Hydaelyn. It was Minfilia herself.
Indeed. And while she and Hydaelyn were inextricably linked, Minfilia yet acted of her own volition. A messenger, yes, but one who spoke with her own voice.
I wonder, could Hydaelyn's silence suggest the presence of some disruptive force, perhaps? Some obstacle to communication? While I share Urianger's high opinion of your conduct, I see no reason why she would deny you her guidance altogether. Then again, who am I to say? The fact is, we simply don't know. But if the explanation is to be found anywhere, I can think of worse places to look than the archives of Sharlayan, and their research on the Ethereal Sea in particular. Resolved though I am to go, Believe me when I say that I take no pleasure in the thought of leaving you a member short. Now, of all times. Estinian, we stand on the eve of a struggle that will decide the fate of this star. One in which we Scions may play a telling part, yet we are but few in number. And so I must ask you again, will you join us?
You see the world the way you want it to be. I see the world the way it is. You are idealistic to a fault. But I know you would never turn your back on those in need. Never close your eyes to their suffering. And somehow, your deeds lend truth to your words, giving the lie to my doubts in so doing. I have seen others draw strength from your belief. In Ishgard, in Alamigo, you inspired them to stand up and fight. To win, no less. And even when you lost those you held dear, you carried their spirit with you and made their memory your guiding light. The burden of so many hopes and dreams would be too heavy for most to bear. But you bear it willingly, as you have shown me. Some dreams are too important to let go. If you have need of my strength, it's yours. After all you've done, how could I refuse?
Thank you, Estinian. Whatever challenges await us, I shall not falter. You have my word.
And now, I may bid you farewell. Safe in the knowledge that all is as it should be. In this little corner of the world, at least.
You will be sorely missed. Tread warily in Sharlayan, and do try not to let the Forum embroil you in their politics. A forlorn hope, I know, given the individuals involved.
I shall do my very best. Farewell.
Well, does this one meet with your approval? Apparently not. Or could it be that you're still upset about the dragons?
You are unwise to remind me of so costly a failure. It will not affect our plans, I trust.
Oh, hardly at all. Though, Admittedly, the chances of us being able to procure any more Mericidian dragons are rather slimmer following Tiamat's reappearance. Oh, but the seeds have been sown, my lord! We have only to wait for them to quicken! Speaking of preparations, is it safe to assume that you will be ready to control you-know-what?
The hour draws nigh. This nation, forged for Ascian ends, will finally prove its worth.
A mighty empire, now no more than an instrument of this star's destruction. What a pleasure it will be to put it to use. Which brings me back to our earlier topic. My lord, while I appreciate that it is not an easy decision, it really is past time you chose your weapon.
There is one that I have been meaning to test.
Well, not quite what I was expecting, though I will say, it does seem rather apt.
Esteemed guests, you honor us with your presence. As there is much to discuss, let us begin.
Information on our taken brethren you have, yes? Hear it we would! Ah! Beyond forgiveness these featherless ones are! With rivers of blood shall they pay. Freed our people must be!
We too would see your kin liberated. But ere we attempt their rescue, we must first find a means to negate the risk of tempering. Without that, we will be unable even to approach the towers, let alone contend with their defenders.
If all else fails, I've always found cannonballs quite effective.
And what of the prisoners? Would you see them slaughtered?
Think for a moment. Ponder, consider, think. If Merlwyb truly intended to bombard the towers, she would have done so by now. Remember, we came here to find a solution together, did we not?
Y'shtola spoke of defenders. I but offered a means to clear a path, should you require it.
Given the enemy's capabilities, we will all need to play our part if we are to have any chance of success. For if any here should give less than their best, it will be to the cost of every living being on this star.
A paragon, the Empire, our very gods. How can we hope to prevail against such odds?
That our foe is formidable, none would deny. But our strengths are many and varied. In this chamber, I see masters of strategy, masters of magic, masters of the land, the air, and the sea. And together, there is nothing in creation we cannot overcome. I beg your pardon?
What is it, Soulwalker? Do not express your passion thus. A little tricky without deals, perhaps? Suffice it to say, I am proud to be counted amongst Eorzea's finest. We Sahagin will play our part.
We kobolds have not forgotten the crimes the Overdwellers committed against us in the past. But today we look to the future, as allies united in purpose.
Make mock of the Ixal the Paragon does! Turns kin into puppets! Pits brother against brother! Free them from his grasp, we shall!
As Patriarch Zadar will attest, the Scions have granted us a means to free your brethren from their thraldom. This boon we will gladly share, that your people might never be enslaved again.
We accept! We accept!
Praise me!
taken a while, but I do believe we might be one step closer to a world without primals. Would that Minfilia were here to see it.
We still have a long way to go, and we're going to need a lot more Porksies. But we're moving in the right direction.
If I may have your attention, there is one other point I would like to raise. As we can all agree, freeing those held captive must take precedence over every other concern. But experience has taught us that none save those with the capacity to resist tempering can hope to enter the towers unscathed. And even once inside, a still greater threat may yet await them, that which we call a primal. Needless to say, if we are to succeed, engaging with such foes can only ever be considered a last resort. And so I move that we seek to prevent them from being summoned in the first place.
Yes! Both prayer and ether are needed for the ritual. Should either one be denied, the summoning would fail.
Indeed. And so we must endeavor to discover the source of the ether on which the process depends. Do so, and it may present a way to halt the summonings, or perhaps even neutralize the towers entirely.
A promising proposal. While you are conducting your investigations, however, we will need to remain vigilant, lest the Telophoroi commit further abductions and summon primals ere we have the means to prevent them. To stand a better chance of keeping our enemy at bay, we would do well to coordinate our defensive efforts, sending reinforcements to assist our neighbors when needed.
We, Amalja, would have been overwhelmed were it not for our newfound allies. But say the word, and we shall come.
I see we are all in accord. But what are we to call this proud fellowship of ours? I submit that the honor of naming it should go to the scion whose brave efforts have done so much to unite Eorzea. What say you, my friend?
Might I suggest the Grand Company of Eorzea? I remember a certain someone pondering it once upon a time, and it seems as fitting a name as any.
A fine choice, for there is none here who does not love Eorzea.
Aye, in that we shall ever be united.
United in our gratitude for the realm that gave us life.
Then let it be recorded that on this day, the Grand Company of Eorzea was born.
How long have we dreamed of this moment? And now that it's here, Oh, forgive me. Might we speak outside?
Elder Seedseer, I thank you for granting me this audience. I am Fortuno Levea, here in my capacity as representative of the Forum.
It is I who should thank you, Master Fortuno, for journeying so far and so swiftly. Would that our first meeting could have been under happier circumstances.
It has been too long, Father. You look well.
As do you both. Ameliance will be glad to hear that you are taking care of yourselves.
How is Mother?
She misses you terribly, of course, but is otherwise a picture of health. Circumstances apart, I'm grateful that our meeting has afforded me the chance to be reunited with my children at long last. And I believe I also owe you thanks for the hospitality you showed my father, Louisoix, during his sojourn in Eorzea.
All thanks we owe to him. In the days prior to the 7th Umbral Calamity, It was your father's tireless efforts which granted us a means to vanquish the primals. Were it not for him, our strength would have been quite spent by the time the Empire arrived. That Gridania still stands is in large part his achievement. He was a great man.
He would doubtless have been moved to hear you say so. I must confess, however, that I opposed his decision to intervene. And my position remains unchanged.
To chart the course of history, not to change it. I am familiar with the Sharlayan stance.
It is more than that. It is our way of life, who we are. But I came here not to deliver a lecture, but the Forum's answer to your request. Sharlayan will under no circumstances intervene in the conflict between Eorzea and the Garlean Empire.
May I ask for what reason the Forum has come to this decision? The final days spell the end not only for Eorzea, but the entire world.
The final days? Pray spare me your hyperbole. This conflict is no more than the latest in a series of petty squabbles between yourselves and Garlemald, one in which Sharlayan will take no part. If the final days were truly upon us, we would know.
Father, you must ask the Forum to reconsider. You may feel safe on your little island across the waves, but if you imagine the Telophoroi will leave you be, you are mistaken. They mean to kill us all, themselves included.
Alphino is right. We have seen what the enemy is capable of, the lengths to which they'll go. This is no time to turn a blind eye. If Eorzea falls, so too will Sharlayan. So if you truly love our homeland, you will join us. Now, before it's too late.
I thought you knew better than to raise your voice to your elders. It seems I was wrong. Wrong to ever let you leave, Sharlayan. I consoled myself that your time abroad would instill in you some hint of restraint, of discipline. But I see now that Eorzea has made fools of you both. Have you forgotten why it was that I so vehemently opposed your grandfather's departure? For all his wisdom, his only solution was to go to war. Death, devastation, ruin. Even those who claim victory are scarred for life. What prize could ever justify such sacrifice? It is the duty of the learned to avert such tragedy. By fanning the flames of war, you forsake all you once held dear. I see your friend shares your misguided ideals. But unlike him, you should know better. By espousing such barbaric notions, you subvert the teachings of Sharlayan, and place all we have worked for in jeopardy. Alphino, Alizé, as of this moment, you shall no longer bear the name of Leveilleur.
What? Father!
How you choose to live your lives is no longer my concern. If you wish to walk the path of ruin, I will not stand in your way.
Master Fourcheneau, while Charlian may have no intention of intervening in this conflict, we can still part as friends. Will you not stay and speak with us, that we might learn of Charlian's hopes for the morrow?
I have said what I came here to say. Any further discussion would be meaningless.
Father! Wait!
Don't bother, Alizé!
How can you stand there and watch him walk away? How can you let this happen?
Arenvold! I can't tell you how good it is to see you.
It arrived a lot sooner than expected, eh? The day I craned my neck up at you.
Only because you're sitting down. Unless...
Afraid so. The Chirurgeons say I may never walk again. Come on, Alfino, it could be worse. Besides, I didn't come here to dampen the mood. Quite the opposite. All I've ever wanted was to fight for a cause I believe in. But my fighting days are over. So I want you to fight in my stead. Be the hero I can't.
I am no hero.
That's what they all say, though. No one ever calls themselves a hero. Even the ones who eat primals for breakfast. It's for others to decide. Look, Alfino. You already are a hero. To me and countless others. We see you doing your damnedest to protect us all. And you're not alone, are you? There are people who believe in you, just as you believe in them. I know what's at stake, and how many people are depending on you. But I believe in you. Believe that you'll see it through. That's why I'm entrusting my dreams to you. Like Albert and Owley once entrusted their dreams to me.
There was a time when I would have borne the weight of such expectations without a second thought. But now, I know just how heavy that burden can be. To tell the truth, I'm beginning to wonder if I chose the right path. Sacrifices will inevitably be made for the sake of the ideals I uphold. Maybe I am not the person I thought I was. The person you think I am.
I wouldn't presume to tell you. But I will say this. In spite of everything, you've come this far. The road ahead might not always be clear, but you've never been one to give up or take the easy way out. And everything you do for others. For a brighter future. I'm proud to call you my friend. Well, I've said my piece, so I'll let you go. I know you've got more important things to be doing. Just give what I've said some thought, all right?
I shall, my friend. And we will meet again soon, I promise.
Nothing left for me to do but wave and smile.
You've got a pretty narrow view of what it means to be a hero, do you know that? You think they're all forged in the fires of battle? That it's all about being brave and killing villains? Alphino and the others will carry on their fight. But theirs isn't the only one. There are other ways you can make a difference. If you stop feeling sorry for yourself and put your bloody mind to it.
There's not much chance of me living the quiet life with you around, is there?
If you're content to twiddle your thumbs thinking of what might have been, that's your lookout. But I reckon you've got some fight left in you.
And I reckon you might be right. If there's a way I can still help my friends, I'll bloody well find it.
My fellow Scions, as I am sure you will have heard, we can expect no help from Sharlayan, nor are we any closer to discerning the Telophoroid's grand design. And now, our adversary moves against us in unprecedented numbers, compelling us to answer in kind. The outlook, in short, is bleak. Yet though our foes are many, and we but few, we may still tip the balance in Eorzea's favor.
Of course. We will do what we always do. Deal with the ones our allies can't. A less than daunting prospect, judging by your expression. Could it be that you've dispelled your lingering doubts, Alphino?
Oh, I doubt I ever will. But as my friends have kindly reminded me, I have come this far, and that must count for something.
God be good, Alphino. That's what we've been trying to tell you all along.
For one so bright, you can be remarkably dim at times. There is such a thing as overthinking, you know.
Might I suggest that we continue this conversation after the battle? It would appear that Telophoroi have already arrived.
I'll do what I can to cure the Tempered, but they'll have to be incapacitated first.
Have care, my friends, for none can say wherefore our foe did choose this fateful field to be our battleground. Whatever may transpire, pray grant him not the pleasure of deterring you.
Let's give it our all!
Allow me. just the beginning.
Right behind you!
shall protect you. And thus another plan went up in smoke. I am beginning to see why Lord Xenos thinks so highly of you. Not that this changes anything, you understand. You have merely earned yourself a stay of execution.
Glory be to Garlemore.
How fare the tempered?
We've treated as many as we can, but some were beyond help.
Do not hang your heads so, brave scions. Though not all of our captured brethren could be saved, we are grateful for those whose minds have been restored. You could do no more, and that is enough. So please hold your heads high.
Should have been quicker, but I'll do better next time. Thank you for your kind words. They mean a lot.
A victory at great cost, but a victory nonetheless. We must stay strong and press on. Isn't that right? That
Agreed.
we will.
prayer to keep us ever by your side, an undying promise that we just might carry on in a song. Pray don't forget us, your bygone kin, with one world's end as a new begin. And should our souls scatter unto the wind, still we shall live on. Stand tall.
Testing 1, 2. Can you hear me now? Okay, there we go. Is it too raspy? This is the first time I'm using it, so I'm not sure how well it works. Apparently all PS5 controllers have a microphone on them. Okay, there's the brands now. The credits should be almost over. Yeah, I'm playing on the PS5. Yeah, the stream, they have the stream set up differently than they did on the PS4. The chat now just appears on the screen now, instead of like having a smaller screen and the chat on the side. I was trying to get it to stream directly to the computer so that I could have like a layout and everything, but looks like I missed a few settings, so it didn't work out well, so I just went straight for the PS5 instead. Gotta fix a few things first. So I have my computer set up for streaming on the PC, but not from console to PC. You can't hear the fan, can you? I have it blowing right at me because it's hot in the room. Okay, that's good to hear. The only downside from streaming from the PlayStation is that if it gets to like, say, if a game company has like, say, parts of the story can be stopped from being broadcasted, and while the stream is going, so it'll just go to a blank blue screen, like when they did with Batman Arkham Knight. They blanked out the entire Red Hood fight because it was all like story stuff. Hopefully Square Enix doesn't mind anything like that on the PS5. These credits are going on forever. How long has it been? It's like, shit. Finally. Okay, let's see what everyone here says. At the close of the battle, when the clouds parted and the moon shone down on us all, I cannot well express how I felt. Somehow it seemed more that a beginning than an ending. The temper that we were able to treat will be taken to the sea states for observation. As soon as the Alliance is satisfied... Okay. Satisfied that we're fully recovered, they will be free to return home. It was the descent of Lord Emmerich to bear us home aboard his airship. The gods only know how he will squeeze this many people onto the bonanza. But not you. Though the enemy were, their numbers consist largely of tempered beastmen and a few lunar primals to keep things interesting. The gods themselves ventured little and lost less. Okay. Not sure who else is viewing, but hey, I'm just I just finished 5.5, so I'm about to start Endwalker. But even they should less tempered slaves. The Cartano Flats seem fated to play a prominent role in the history of the realm, do they not? I wonder. Are the winds of aether that flow through the region into Omega there? Throughout the battle, I could not shake the feeling that all present were performing for amusement of Fan Daniel, or did his blithe reaction to his latest defeat give me cause to think otherwise. I can only conclude that such figures will consequence to his broader scheme, wherever they may be. I recommend the island lions keep a closer watch. Closer watch over Cartano, the telephones. Let's stop them from trying. Cassette piece. Isn't that the one where it's like Pokemon but with guns? Or I might be thinking of something else. So, you should have seen my face when Lord Aymeric turned up on our doorstep. Did none of you think to send word he was bringing you home? No. We're kind of in the middle of a fight. Oh, I think cassette piece is the one where it's like a free-for-all fight then. With physics and stuff. I trust you enjoyed a comfortable flight aboard the Pride of the Ishkardian fleet. Lest you were, the Bonanza has been towed to a nearby location to be retrieved at your convenience. You have thought of everything, Lord Aymeric. And may I say how much I appreciate the hospitality you afforded us on the way home. Think nothing of it. Our destination lay in the same direction. It afforded me the perfect opportunity to learn how to air my friend has been since last he took his leave. Right. Estinian. It'll seem I finally found a place to settle down. We grew weary of wandering the far east. No, you were hunted down by Tataru. Returning to a more serious matters, while the Telephoroi have been driven from Cartano, 'tis like that the bulk of their forces yet remain. On the evidence of the Grand Company of Eorzea's first joint military operation, however, I am confident that we have the potential to meet such threats head-on, even without the aid of you and yours. As such, while our forces keep the Telephoroi at bay, I would ask that you apply your talents to the task of neutralizing the towers. A sensible division of labor. While the towers remain, so too will the threats of the lunar primals. And given our expertise to the field of ethereology, we are better qualified to find the solution. There we are, especially should it happen to lie beyond the Alliance's dominion. There's a time and place of formal investigations, of course, but certain secrets are wont be to hide where only enterprising individuals may venture. I could not agree more. There are none better suited to this task, or any upon whom I would rather rely. On behalf of the Alliance, I thank you. We look forward to receiving any information you are able to uncover. And with that, I must take my leave. Should you have need of assistance, pray do not hesitate to ask. Fare you well, my friends. I confess I hope to be able to study the towers more closely, vital as they play the arts of Telephor's plans. If we can discern their ultimate function, we will be one step closer to understanding our enemy's grand scheme. Should we succeed in neutralizing them, of course, it's all but certain that the Telephor will mount an all-out invasion. And then it will begin. The one who awaits at the heart of the chaos will come for us, for you. Yet in the end, our true nemesis may be the calamity to end all calamities, the final days themselves. Blank stare. Yes, alright, Alpha, we need a plan, not portents. As Thancred so eloquently pointed out, we are in a position to seek information from all manners of places, not least Charlian. According to Kral, the Forum have been more secretive than ever of late. While this may be related to the appearance of the Telephroi, that remains a matter of speculation. But one thing is clear, the Forum is determined to keep us from discovering the truth. Hey, viewer. Master Fortunald's performance at the Lotus Stand was enough to convince me of that. The matter bereaved further investigation. I do heartily concur. Nor can I think of a more promising place to look for the answers we seek on the matter of the towers. Charlian hath ever been the wellspring of aetheriological knowledge. I care not where we go, here or there, my lance will be ready. Where's you, Zek? Might you be persuaded to join us? Well, of course, we're trying. If it means I can have words for Chanel's. An island of bookworms and bureaucrats? Have we no other choice? I will crack at that dick bag. Man, fuck that guy. Only after I do. If he and his friends in the Forum think we'll leave them alone if they ignore us, they're in for a shock. Appears we're in agreement. We have but to wait for a crowd to secure the necessary permissions. In the meantime, there is a matter I would investigate. Does it involve tall structures? A strange coincidence it does. At present, I only have a creepy suspicion. With your help, I will soon find out whether my fears are warranted. I have learned Shush. Meanwhile, in the Garlean capital. Oh yeah, he took the Reaper weapon. That was his experimental weapon. It has a revolver cylinder on it. That's like a gun blade.
Those Eorzeans certainly are a stubborn bunch, though I suppose you knew that already. My plan to redirect the ether from Cartano came to a rather less than satisfactory conclusion. It was, in many respects, an abject failure. Which does, of course, raise the question of where we are going to procure the requisite amount. The obvious solution would be to draw on resources a little closer to home, though that would require our dreamer to dream a trifle more deeply.
So be it. The dreamer will not complain.
Who is the dreamer?
Then let us begin the preparations at once. With the gateway of the gods complete, all that remains is to gather the necessary ether, and our prize shall be within reach. The time has come to fulfill your heart's desire. My desire!
And screen cap.
To relieve those wretched creatures of their meaningless existence!
Van Daniel is unhinged.
While I await you, I shall drink a sea of souls and gorge myself upon the darkened moon. Then you shall come to me, all roiling rage and rancor. And the stars shall bear witness to our final contest.
Never mind. Van Daniel seems normal by standards now. Xenos is unhinged. It's been a while since I saw Xenos like this, so I'm a little taken aback.
As I thought, the ethereal currents have been disturbed here too.
It was the same in Thanalan. Make that every location we surveyed.
And the strength of each current has diminished dramatically. Far more than could be attributed to a natural occurrence.
What tidings bringest thou from Dravania?
We took a number of readings, and noticed that the closer we were to the tower, the lower the etheric density became. In short,
the towers are drawing upon the land's ether, which would explain how they were able to carry out the summonings.
Well, that's a problem.
Our allies must be informed of this. We should return to the Rising Stones and have Tataru relay our findings to them.
Well, so much for cutting them off from their crystal aethers resource.
Hear me. Hear me. Hear me. Hear me. Darkness comes, and with it, the end. The fate of the star is in your hands.
Who are you? I saw a mask, so I'm assuming Ascian related.
Everything all right back there?
Well, she said hear me, so maybe one of Heidelin's Ascian thing. Brings up questions. At solemn dawn, grim purpose shines. In gazes cast tomorrow toward moonlit sky. Thus does our final curtain rise, your steps to guide what end betides. Hey, I got a trophy, yay. We discovered Tifo's machinations. Since Tancred and I returned for Garmold, really their troops doth appear to have been temporary and much Romero are engaged in the construction of capital. When Arval tried to free the Malja held in the tower, we triggered some sort of alarm and the captives were killed instantly. As such, we have no choice but to leave them in the clutches of the Tufwhite until the means of rescuing them has been found. In the meantime, the summoning of lunar primals will continue, just as we must rely on the Grand Erosia to put down such enemies and prevent any further abductions. So too do they rely on us to come through with our investigations. I think that the journey to Shrine is going to be quite the test for our nerves, more ways than one. You'll miss the place while you're away. I just know it, but for now, the best thing you can do is get plenty of rest while we wait to hear from Kyle. In case you're wondering why I'm level 88, despite not having done any Endwalker stuff, it's because I've only had like time to like do daily roulettes and crafting, and well, it led me to level 88 of all my tanks. At the end of the Dragonsong War, I spent many moon roaming Kugana, Ragatan, even Garma, but never Shalion. In all honesty, a nation probably entirely by bookishops like Alphanod is not a place that appeals to me. And in case you're wondering, all my crafting classes are maxed out. Same with Gathering. Not only do the members of the Forum intend to adhere to their long-standing policy of non-intervention, they made a point of sending Master Fortunal here to explicitly state that fact. Rather than simply refusing to involve themselves in our affairs, it appears they are actively trying to prevent us from meddling in theirs. That does, of course, make Kral's mission of securing our entry to Shrine nigh on impossible. On top of that, she will find a way regardless. Those who brought within the close proximity of the towers are tempered into the serving Garda mold, then forced to summon lunar primals with aether drawn from the land. But even having understood this, we had to uncover that the Telfroi wish to achieve by all this. Are the towers purely for strategic advantage, or do they serve some other purpose? Whatever it is, my father and the Forum are hiding. I'm determined to get to the bottom of it. Okay. Wait, do you say anything? I convey Lord Americ's wishes to the Continental for the others. For the present, your role may facilitate communication between our allies and gather information on our enemy. Huh. They are gone. Okay. Do you have time to talk? I'd like to gather everyone at Dawn's respite and together assess the situation in which we find ourselves. Screaming and yelling. Let's take stock of the facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the sudden appearance of ominous towers in a multitude of locations throughout the world. We have since learned that said structures were brought into being by an organization known as a Telfroi. Telfroi's stated purpose is to recreate the final days of eons past, an apocalyptic event that will result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have these towers of theirs been the cause of untold suffering. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned. Their faith perverted for primal summonings. And unless we find a way to deal with the corruptive auras surrounding the spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. Those shielded with the blessing of the light may be able to resist that being tempered, at least. But after what happened to Earnvald and Fordola, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. Yet, while these threats close to home are of paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. As you know, the Telfroi are under the leadership of Van Daniel and the one other delightful fellow, Xenos Ye Galbus, the Crown Prince and our dear friend. Well, I'm not sure if he considers any of you guys friends, though I don't think you want to be considered a friend at all. To date, he's reclaimed his old body, murdered Emperor Varus, and plunge Garmald into an even deeper pit of chaos. Which, honestly, that's kind of impressive. Well, everything it did is impressive. The capital has probably seen the worst of it. For a good while there, it saw the bloodiest fighting in the War of Succession, but has since changed and in troubling ways. During our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. It was an eerie fog of silence which did blanket that ruined city. The inhabitants appeared to have been tempered, and with nary a word spoken, they labored to transform the palace into a soaring edifice born of nightmares. If they indeed made thralls, it seems safe to assume that these events too were orchestrated by the Telephoroi. As far as I can tell, the Telephoroi is just two people, Xenos and Fandaniel, and they're just controlling everyone else. An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear it is only the prelude to an even greater catastrophe. We need to devise a means to counter this threat, and quickly, before our allies are overwhelmed. We will find a way to show it, I am sure of it. Master Forsha's comments in regards to the final days were curious to say at least. The Forum knows more than it is letting on. Sorry to interrupt. Hey Tataru! We just received word from Mistress Carl. She says that arrangements for your visit have been finalized. Oh, music. Ooh. Head to Limsa and board the next ship bound for Sharlayan. Sharlayan? Sharla. That. I need to work on my pronunciation. Sharlayan. And on arrival, present yourselves as associates of the students of Baldessian. Come to assist with the Order's resource restoration. Hey! That's not a lie. We got one with them. We got one with us. The arrangements may be settled, but what are your thoughts? They must race at the prospect of returning home after so long. I'm eager to see it, of course. Of course. We should set off at once. I'll accompany you to the docks. You need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. Oh, that's sweet, Tataru. Do you see anything? Safe journeys, and please do be careful. Says to Limsa, right? Yeah, Limsa. Okay, towards the end. What does a draw look like? Okay, that's pretty cool. Okay, what do you say? I have lived in the Master Victoria's cave for a good part of my life, but even for me, the thought of returning to Shalian is quite exciting. I can hardly imagine how it is for the others who lived most of their lives there. Actually, at least like half of you are from Shalian, right? Isn't Riandra from Shalian as well? Or studied there? What a grim reason to bring you to Shalian. Not much to be done about it, I suppose. But I would like to give you the grand tour under happier circumstances. Though a part of me looks forward to returning home, I've not forgotten that my father stripped us of our privileges of our family name. I hope it doesn't cause trouble with the officials upon arrival. Well, now that you've said it, it's going to cause us trouble. Contrary to what you might think, this will be like going home for me as well. I may have learned how to survive in Minsa, but it was in Shalian where I was taught, quite relentlessly I might add, the skills to properly live. Wait, so like 5 of you out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? 7 of you, 5 out of 7 of you is like from Charlia. I shudder to think of what manner of truth may wait us beyond the Indigo Deep. Still, more I dread the prospect of discussing long overdue. I never thought the day would come when I would be sailing home again. It seems to be very far away. Wait, you're from, all of you are from Charlotte except for fucking Estinian? Or is my memory bad? I think my memory's bad, but as far as I can tell, it's showing like 6 of you are out of 7 is from Charlia. Sea travel can be tedious, but I don't mind it. It's a rare experience for most Ishgardians. Everyone's here, which is good, because I've already paid for your passage, and the fee is non-refundable. The ship to Charlia will be pulled up into port soon, so please follow me and have all your luggage close at hand. God damn, there's always such beautiful wide shots of this game.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louis Soir of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Will this be your first visit to Shalian, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
He sees you as a little brother, just call him Estinian. He's just
meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Better.
I feel like I should have waited for daytime to do this, but
Are you
oh
alright,
well.
Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just... we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world. And, once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
I'll bring them back safe and sound, I promise. All sense about worrying about the things we're powerless to change. I feel I would worry more about that. So I'll go with the first one.
I'll hold you to that.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Oh, hey, it's Boulder.
Hori! Kultine! What brings you all this way?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower.
Why will you be quizzing me on this? That's not fair.
Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return.
Oh, okay. That's fair.
We will too, of course. Aye. We, your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn, will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
I'm pretty sure the end of the world's going to be following us over there, but whatever.
We set the sail! All aboard for Sharlayan!
Wait, this may be we're coming to Sharlayan? What?
Time. Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Have a safe journey, and please, be careful.
No promises. We get into so much bullshit. It's pointless to ask us to be careful. I can promise we'll come back alive. Maybe not in one piece, but alive.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown. A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice.
Emmett? Is that you?
That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end.
That sounds like Emmett to me.
Treasure every moment, every step of your descent.
Oh, this reminds me I should make a shit for the D&D campaign.
And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
They have to have like a full map of Eorzea for on the store, right? As like a poster or something. Oh, the anniversary music. That's never ominous.
Here.
Oh, crap.
Feel.
Oh, boy. Who's it calling this time?
Think.
Oh, it's calling me? Okay.
The day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser. Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt. Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Charlian should be coming into view at any moment.
Wait, can you lose the echo? He couldn't hear it, so it was just specifically only to me. Something. I don't know, too many questions right now. Okay. She's robes like an Ascian, but no hood, or pulled back at least.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad.
Wait.
Hear, feel, think.
You're Hydaelyn?
And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
I was expecting Hydaelyn to be bigger. Like I trust you were like her. Wired out. Oh fuck. I mean, how can I trust you now that I know you're a primal and I've been killing? Why now? But you got a mask. So that's a big thing for me. You have a mask, so you're Hydaelyn speaking through you or something, and this is like a fucking avatar, like an Ascian avatar or something.
You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Hydaelyn has always been, a primal.
Yeah.
Zodiark was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world. And I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield.
So you can no longer call me to the big crystal anymore.
Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms. Monumental. Which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it.
I'll take a screenshot of that mask.
When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Sharlian's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
You have a lot to answer for, lady. Well, I probably got those answers before, but I don't remember. It's been like 2 or 3 years since I played the main story.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taking a look at the island already?
Then let's go. Let's go! Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen.
There's Endwalker music.
There she is. Good old Sharlian.
Oh, I see it.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you?
Indeed. 'Tis as Sir Estinian said. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side. I prithee.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Sharlian proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
Silent nod, as usual. And yep, title. Okay.
Sharlian, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
The Northern Empty, or Old Charlian.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next, then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Charlian orbit severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Charlian only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders, especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
Keyword may.
May.
See? Estidian knows.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Charlian's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration.
Okay, I'm not a scion, I'm a student. Okay.
It might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration officers were this way, as I recall. Shall we?
Man, that's kind of weird. It kind of feels a little weird that,
Greetings.
although Gratia started as like a side story character for a raid,
Would you be so kind as to process
it became
our
part of the story.
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahat here of the Students of Baldessian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
She's mad
Very good.
suspicious.
I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today.
She is suspicious of us, isn't she?
And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Ishtola rule.
I was like, wouldn't they have these like names on file? So like, hey, you guys are scions. No.
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with the citizen registry kept in the main repository.
So their way of scanning.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
I guess you can't use your last name anymore?
Alphino Leveilleur.
But, okay, is that allowed?
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that...
Oh, that's okay?
The streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny.
Ooh. That spread fast.
And
are they
while
still
such
okay to
personal
travel?
Circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry. I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
We shall keep that in mind.
That's good. It doesn't restrict them.
Charlian natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Name and occupation?
I think the USO's champion of Rosie will be a dead-ass giveaway. Adventurer by trade. Artisan, it's not a lie. I max out all crafting classes.
Your profile describes you as an adventurer, but one also trained in the rather more constructive pursuits of procurement and production. You may enter. And you, sir?
Estinian Valino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
Why the hesitation, Acidian?
If you'll allow me...
Why do I have a bad feeling?
My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
Croyle, it is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you all seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we?
I feel that's gonna bite us back in the ass. Estinian wasn't scanned.
Oh! Welcome, friends, to Charlian.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
She is fucking suspicious of us. I am unaccustomed to finding lies on demand. I should matter how I earn my living. We're at last, the great sea trial. We have noticed some similarities with this cannon. Yes, in fact, Oh, but we should have already let Kral have her say first. We continue conversation upon enough time. If you're allowing the years I spent in the first past, where at the blink of an eye, the city feels untouched by time. You are doubtless eager to take on the sights. Not to worry, Zach. The city is not like to vanish before we finish our discussion. Allow me to stand on to the warmest welcomes, and those of the whole heirs and members. But I'd also better to be wading through a stern line than be denied entry at all. That was awkward as but still, we're here now, and that's all that matters. I'm glad I spotted your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for detail. In any case, you may be relaxed to take a moment to get your land legs back. What does it look like? Oh, close. You would think I would know that, but I just crafted it and sold it. I thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I've learned and how I might proceed. But this is Augustina's first time in Charlian, and for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. This place is a wish to visit and people you're dying to see. Therefore, I propose to postpone our agenda so that you may all have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the city. Once you've settled in, we can reconvene at the Baldessian Annex. How does that sound? It is a fine suggestion, but we may not be welcome in the Olivia estate as such. I sure like to know around the neighborhood all the same. I am equally untethered, as it were. We're in no particular place that my kin call home. Still, I would not pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise, a quick tour of the old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. The annex was west of the Aetherite Plaza, wasn't it? I shall join you there anon. Yes, we'll see you there. After a place I wish to remiss it and not visiting forthwith by thy leave. What are you saying? My services as a guide are yours for the asking. That won't be necessary. Until we reconvene, I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. What I could... Oh. Laura, would you like to join us then? We've been gone for quite a while, and this would be a perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Oh, of course, if you will have me. Oh yeah, that's why you're like fucking a bajillion years old right now. Well, your mind is, Granny Coif. I'll have to check that out later. Charlian waits. Excuse me. Oh dear, his enthusiasm is infectious, isn't it? After you, my friend. I am more than content to follow your lead. Last Stand. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbor. Okay, I've seen that during the Halloween events and such, so that shouldn't be too much of a problem. With all the enjoyers coming and going at all hours, I expect the assistance of an intrepid adventurer will be highly appreciated. I see no reason why you could undertake any tasks which pique your interest. You have been cleared to English officials after all. I'm sorry, trying to say we knows yet. This place is called the Peristyle, and is the first stop for a cargo unloaded at the docks. You'll find usual necessities for daily living and other imports vital to running an island nation, but also supplies that further Shannon's pursuit of knowledge, namely large quantities of books, specimens, and samples. Sorting these stacks certainly seem to keep the attendants busy. So they're wearing gathering and crafting clothes as far as I could tell. I guess this is where people level up the gathering and crafting classes. Oh, there's a hunt. I guess I'll need to check that out later. The statue of Thaliak. This is about Desian. I was usually quartered in the Isle of Val, but I would get gazed by the scholar's wise features every time I returned to my ship city. The path leading out towards the sea is known as the Thaliak Stoa, so named for the statue of the scholar which stands at its end. As you know, Australian people prize the accumulation of wisdom above all else. The Thaliak was chosen as their patron deity. It was more a matter of pragmatism than belief, principles as it were. We may have honored him with a rather impressive sculpture, yes, but their faith is not so strict on that day. Say the Ishgardians. Individual shrines can and do wish doings of their own choosing. Just seeing if there's any more question thingies. Oh, I guess you see on the map. Okay. Huh. Oh, is this how it looks? Fresh brew from the last stand. What do you say? You two coffee buddies? Best show this week is amazing. Best show of the level, if you ask me. I was trying to get decoration ideas for my own house. Wait, can I craft any of this? Like the chairs, at least? I can get jars and tables and stuff. Here we are at last, the last stand. As I may have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Charlian tends to regard seasoning and flavor with a certain indifference. How can I put it? The food is, it's bland. as encapsulated by our infamous Archon loaf. The prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first, and taste a distant second. I will not get along with that. It needs to taste good. There is one pupil at the studium, however, who could stomach the school's and separate meals no longer. So he quit his lessons and poured all his savings into building a proper eatery. So the last stand came to be. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost of fine dining in Charlotte. This is the only fine dining place in the entire island? Wow. Everyone's taste buds here must be knackered to shit. One only bashing of the culinars elsewhere. I seem to recall their burger being hailed as one of the more impressive items on the menu. Not that I've ever had the pleasure of eating one myself. Because you're a typical Charlottean when it came to cheap and convenient Raha. But surely Tatara has since taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should all stop in when time permits and sample the cafe's delights. Should we press on? The stairs to the side of the cafe will take us up to the Aetheryte Plaza. What are you doing? Okay. And yoink. Shape, isn't it? I assure you, however, is a perfectly functional Aetheryte. Remember to attune yourself before we move on. Now, being the diligent tour guide that I am, I should make mention of the Confluence, a research facility located on this very plaza. Its much vaunted discoveries are the reason Shalian Shalian stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. In deciphering the underlying principles of Alakan Aetherites allows us to understand and reconstruct what was essentially a lost art. And I forgot to note this, pass leads northeast to the Agora, Shalian's largest marketplace. What kind of jacket is that? There's a pointed jacket. Sure enough. Huh. I should see if I can craft. I should be able to craft that. It's probably a high-level gear item or something, or glamour. Speaking of Aetherites, those teleportation fees do add up after a while, which is why they tend to rely on the far cheaper ferry services. I was really surprised when Mr. informed me that the Scions are reimbursed for transportation costs as part of our duties, but I find old habits hard to break. That, and I'd rather not be bothered filling out the necessary paperwork. Yeah, well, shit, now that I think about it, yeah, it's expensive as hell. It's like, damn. Thousands! I spent thousands on teleportation! This entrance confluence. I have no doubt that their expertise will prove useful at some point, so I suggest you run away here. Well, there's a market board. A little bookstall. You remember browse the shelves for a moment? There might be some hidden gems I've yet to read. Only a moment, how optimistic. Feel free to browse all you like, but we won't wait around for you. Perhaps I'll return here later. Open air bookstalls are so uniquely Charlian. I always thought that a common sight until I visited their other nations. Huh. I'll need to make a note of that for my D&D campaign. Is that a culinarian outfit? Where's that culinarian outfit? Gemstone? Let's do Agora, where you can find wares made in China, as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes from various research institutes, but I think that practically has thankfully died out for the most part. Otherwise, I can think of no better place to stock up for your next big adventure. While overselling it, on a more serious note, the next stop on our tour, which has particular events it to our ultimate purpose here. Let's head back to the Aetheryte Plaza, follow the path north, and climb up the stairs to the imposing building at the very top. Let's see, tool supplier, mender, full plate armor. Up to level... Huh. I actually sell all the way up to level 80. No. I thought I was thinking 90. Damn it. Never mind. Oh. I was going the right way. Yes, I think I was going the right way. Oh. I should attune to this first. There. God damn, this place is wide as fuck. These little decorative features are typical of Shrine architecture. Aside from the research wing, our headquarters on the Isle of Val were rather simple and rustic by comparison. It's a Niffium, an area dedicated to the blessing of water. For Shalian's, water presents more than life-sustaining liquid. It's a reminder of the great flood which precipitated the birth of our nation. as well as a symbol of the knowledge which flows from the lake's divine ewer. There's a reason you see an abundance of fountains throughout the city, and a propensity for utilizing water as a decorative feature in our architecture. Oh, this is a good view. Is a rostra. Rostra? The name refers to the original public platform erected here, upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver orations and debate policy. While the stage has since evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and duties remain largely unchanged. Warrior, you seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here, one can see the entire city spread out below. Yeah. The visit put me in the mind of my arrival in the first. Those who had gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by the knowledge of the finest town I could think of, the great city of Shalian. And bit by bit, those few buildings grew into a town, a community, the Wisteria. I can almost see its echo. Let's see, feel free to come to me whenever you wish. I don't think the counselors would simply enjoy you. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with the aptly named Journey's End. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. Our Journey's End. History tells us that this is where those which were the Archon Krempf built their first homes. In the present day, it serves as a residential district for the most important officials and the oldest Charlatan families. So one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbors. That estate belongs to our friends from House Levillier. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. With that, we bring our little Charlatan tour to a close. I hope it was privileged to this entertainment lighting experience as well. I shall head directly to Balti's Annex. By the way, don't you, Raha? What do you think? You have to head towards the harbor, cross the bridge to our right, and follow the path toward below the 8th Art Plaza? Correct, I to use that. One house is larger than the others, so that one. Fuck your home! Ah! I should make a neighborhood for the NPCs in the campaign. I mean, I do have an apartment complex. Oh no, maybe this would be more fancy or fitting for them. China is full of educational and research institutions, but there are still professors who prefer to establish their own private practices. Not that I've ever attended the exclusive schools they run in these residences, perhaps the tours could tell you more about them. Right, we crossed the bridge here as I recall, stick to the path and be careful not to end up back in the Aetherite Plaza. Oh dang it. I was heading to that one anyway, fuck. Oh well. As first look on Ra's face has undoubtedly for you, this is the Valdesian Annex. If you continue up the hill, there's a doorstep of Phenomenon. I think we've explored enough for one day. We could take you there another time. Inside with you then. I'm back and I brought Zack and Raha with me. Ah, you're right about the ship then. Hello, Graha. It's nice to see you again. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Zack. I've heard many a tale of your exploits. Ojika Sunjika? It has been an age. Graha, don't say that! I wanted to introduce Ojika Sunjika, an administration officer for the students of Valdesian. He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. You recall me his cousin Ejika? Oh yes, Eureka. I've read the initial reports. Oh fuck, that reminds me, I need to finish Eureka. Quite shocked to hear what's become of the Owl. Do you take care of the opportunity to join the expedition? I should. This place is like a second home for students. The Owl served as our main headquarters, of course, but we often had occasion to visit Charlian. Whether to make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. And the annex here was built to provide lodgings for our members who engage in such activities. Ever since our former headquarters, along with the isle itself, vanished, the annex has served as our main base of operations. It feels so empty with so many lost to us. Our organization is a shell of its former self. The day will come when we will see the students rise again. But first we must ensure that the Telefori fall. Wait, can we speak openly about this? They're not gonna rat us out? Through the door on the left is the main hall where we can discuss our options moving forward. Once everyone arrives, that is, you probably have time to rest before discussion begin in earnest. I had private headquarters prepared for you in the Adron, so please feel free to make yourself at home. Okay, so this is going to be the inn for us. Ah, the nap rooms, perfect for an afternoon doze. Oh, I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed. Far more than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. So simply that we were often so busy with research or exhausted from journeys abroad, and we would slip into the Antarctica a few weeks. Sorry. And thus they became known amongst students as nap rooms. Even such naps might as well last well into the following morning. Say the word, I'll be happy to show you to her chamber. Hopefully the others won't be too long coming. I'll wait for you all in the main hall. I guess it's a good time as I need to stop. It's done like 4 hours. Oh, this is a pretty neat place. It's pretty cozy. Yeah, let's end here for tonight. Alright, thanks for watching.